for and for the purposes of discussing and considering several student matters involving the admission, discipline, or the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2.
Before I ask for a second, I need to note that Mr. Shine is temporarily absent. He's on his way, but he's tied up south of here because of the storm. Is there a second to Mrs. Pence's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Those who are in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those who are opposed shall say no. Hearing none, the Shenandoah County School Board will now convene in closed session. In open session.
Move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
And second by Mr. Street. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. There are no votes. Passes 6-0. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member will respond, "I so certify," when called, and the chair calls for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Scheibe,
I so certify.
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinio,
I so certify.
Ms. Pence,
I so certify.
Mr. Ricker,
I so certify.
Mr. Bates.
I so certify. We are now in open session. District 1 Representative Mr. Scheibe will lead us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Scheibe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us pray. Dear Lord, as we gather this evening, let us take a moment to reflect on the purpose that brings us all here, the well-being, growth, and future of the students and families of Shenandoah County. May we be granted the wisdom to listen with open minds, the empathy to understand various viewpoints, and the clarity to make decisions that serve the highest good of our entire community. Let our conversations tonight be guided by respect, patience, and a shared dedication to excellence in education. We express our gratitude to our teachers, staff, and administrators who prepare our schools for the upcoming year and for the families who entrust us with their children. May our work tonight reflect our deepest values and your word, Lord, and we also ask you to ensure our deepest commitment to each and every child in our schools. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Scheibe. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Carlinio. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the agenda as presented is approved. Recognitions. Dr. Shepard.
Thank you. So first this evening, we have the FFA students from Peter Muhlenberg. Would Miss Ambrosia Church please come up to introduce your students and their successes?
You guys just want to stand to one side. So as you can see here, I've brought 13 students with me. We actually ended up having 18 go to state convention with us. We had a very successful year. We had numerous blue ribbons as well as some red and yellows. Our quiz bowl team placed second in the state for the buzzer round. The team placed third overall. However, we had a 5th place test winner with Savannah Hagan. Charlie Hubbard won third, and then Savannah won the written test, or the written essay portion of the quiz bowl test. Every other student here that you can see put hours of work in and did their best at the contest, many of which were new to these competitions. So they did an amazing job, especially for being away from home for 4 days. Do you want me to introduce each?
Congratulations, guys.
So I would like to also introduce our new principal of Strasburg High School, Mr. Timothy Combs. If you will come forward, he is going to recognize our 4x800 meter relay state champions.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Shepard. I was asked to introduce the 4x800 meter state championship team in Strasburg. I just felt like it'd be more fitting if Mr. Heisman would do it, just because of the fact that he was there at that time. Of course, I was not principal at that time. But before I have Mr. Heisman up to speak about our young ladies, I would just like to say I did do a little research on the girls and talked to their teachers in the past. Not only do they do well for us athletically on the track, but they do well academically. They're also good character kids as well. So they're definitely what we want a Strasburg Rain to do. So Mr. Heisman, keep them up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. Good evening, Dr. Shepard, Chairman Vance, members of the school board. We have with us 3 young ladies, if you will come up here. 3 of our 4 young ladies that were a member of our 4x800 meter state championship team. Our 4th member is not here. She just had actually surgery yesterday morning to have rods removed from her 2 knees, where she had had 2 knee surgeries in the last 2 years. So she had those taken out in the yesterday, so she's not with us. But thank you for giving us an opportunity this evening to recognize a group of outstanding student athletes from Strasburg High School. These young ladies capped off one of our most successful years athletically in the last 20-some years that I've been at Strasburg High School, where we had 15 of our 20 varsity teams compete in state tournaments this year. The Strasburg track and field 4x800 girls relay team has become one of the most recognized events for our track and field program over the last 6 years, with multiple all-state finishes, and this team is now the 3rd 4x800 meter team to win a state championship in the last 5 years. On Friday, June the 5th, on the campus of James Madison University, the 4x800 relay team of Emily Garrell, Laura Galloway, Piper Hemmelwright, and Hannah Logan won the 2026 VHSL Class II state championship in this event with a time of 10 minutes and 12.9 seconds. They were led by head coach Anna Ray Chrisman, and this also capped an amazing season for this team, which also captured both the Bull Run District and Region 2B championships. Please join me in congratulating the 2026 Class II State 4x800 meter relay state championship team.
Congratulations, ladies.
That is all the recognitions I have this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Shepard. Public and staff comment on agenda items and non-agenda items. We only have one name on the sheet, N-O-N-E. That expedites matters.
It does.
Unless somebody walked in unexpectedly.
Mr. Fitzmaurice, would you like to make some comment?
I like wait.
That takes us to, wrong page, Mr. Vance, not unusual. Approval of consent agenda, which consists of 13 very important items, and hopefully, if you haven't, you will take time to read, particularly the MOUs. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items consisting of 13 items?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Rickert. Is there a second to that
Second.
motion?
Second.
Ms. Carlenio seconds. All in favor of approving the consent agenda will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, no. And the ayes prevail as expected. The instructional agenda preliminary information on the 2025-2026 SOL performance. The floor belongs to Ms. Jennifer Proctor, who is the Assistant Superintendent of Instruction. Fire away.
Good evening, Chairman Vance, board members, Dr. Shepard. This evening, I'm going to present to you our preliminary SOL scores. And please keep in mind, these are preliminary. We don't have the official results yet. These are results that our testing coordinator, Amanda Bolt, has pulled together for us. And so there could be some slight changes between now and the final. But we wanted to go ahead and give you a presentation this evening of where we are at and where we project to be. So with that being said, just a reminder, this is what you saw last year. This is still in place for this year, but it just shows you the way that each level is graded for their overall score. And just keep in mind the biggest difference is high school. High school does not have growth. They have graduation and readiness. So that's the biggest difference there. And there are the points for how we are ranked: distinguished 90 points and above, on track 80 to 89, off track 65 to 79, and needs intensive support below 65. There is some discussion that the state may be changing the indicators from on track and off track, and I cannot remember right now exactly what the verbiage is. I don't think we remember, but once we know that officially, we'll share that with you. There are some changes that the state is putting out to change and tweak some of these things because it is new, and so as we progress through using this performance framework, there will be tweaks along the way. So as we get those, we'll share those with you. But as of right now, we're still using the terms on track and off track. Okay, so we're going to start with Ashby Lee. So Ashby Lee ended up at the end of the year with a 79.1. They are off track this coming school year. At this point, that's where we project them to be. You can see their mastery growth, their mastery score overall was a 52, growth a 17, and readiness a 9.12, which is chronic absenteeism. For WW Robinson, at this point, we're projecting on track. And you can see their scores for mastery are 54, growth is 18, and readiness is 8.86. And Sandy Hook, also on track, 57.77 for mastery, growth is 19.71, and readiness is 9.15. And so here's a look at how we compared to last year, just so you can see kind of where we landed. So mastery, we either stayed really close to the same score or we went up a couple points. Sandy Hook showed the most growth in mastery. And then as you can see our growth points, we actually made a lot of gains here, more so than we had last year. And keep in mind, growth is where we're showing improvement year over year on our SOL scores. So it might be that a student, even though they didn't get a 400, they still got growth because they went from maybe a 350 to a 375. There's a whole graph that we can show you if you want to see that shows how students can meet growth. That also includes, though, for kids that also pass their SOL tests. They can also get growth points also just by continuing to improve their score. And then readiness, you can see there, we also increased across the board. So overall, our elementary schools all showed positive growth. Just to recap, As I said, all three schools showed gains from last year to this year. Sandy Hook and W.W. Robinson both moved up from off track to on track. Remember though that Robinson and Sandy Hook were actually in needs of intensive services because of the TSI ranking that moved them down a level. We don't have TSI information yet, so until we have that, we won't know for sure if any of that gets moved, but we should have that hopefully this fall. Hopefully it's quicker this year than it was last year that the state will share that information. Ashby Lee remains off track. However, I want to point out that they had 4 points, a 4-point gain. They were at a 74 last year and they're at a 79.1. They're only 0.9 away from being on track. So I feel like that's really great growth for them. And Sandy Hook led in the growth points with achieving 5 additional points in growth. Any questions about elementary before I move to middle school? Okay. So middle school, here we have North Fork. North Fork ended the year on track with an 88.7. Mastery was a 51, growth a 17, and readiness 19. Peter Muhlenberg, at this point, we're projecting they're going to be distinguished. They are at a 90.5. And keep in mind, the state doesn't round. So they won't round that to a 91. It'll probably be a 90.5 if that ends up being our final. And then Sandy Hook, or Signal Knob, ended up being on track with an 84.8. And then here's our comparison to last year. So we did have a couple dips in some places. You'll notice North Fork's mastery went down slightly. However, their growth went up to make up that difference. So anything where we might have dipped a little bit, we made up for the difference in other places. So those are how we compare to last year. Pretty much everybody is kind of close to where they were at last year. Not any huge changes. Any questions about middle school? All right, and then just a summary, Peter Muhlenberg moved up to distinguished. All three middle schools made overall gains, and our advanced coursework and our growth scores were what really were strong this year for our middle schools. Our advanced coursework, I'm not sure if that shows that on there. Yeah, so if you see the bottom pink line, our advanced coursework, we can get 10 points. So Signal Knob got all 10 points, Peter Muhlenberg got all 10 points, and North Fork got all 10 points. Then our high schools. So here is Stonewall Jackson. They're distinguished overall with 101 points. Central is distinguished with 92 points. And Strasburg is distinguished with 106 points. And here is our comparison from last year. And so you can see again, our mastery is pretty much the same. Our graduation rates are pretty much the same. I do want to point out a difference. You'll notice Strasburg is higher in the graduation. They have 16 and the other two schools are in the 14s. That's because Strasburg doesn't have EL students, so their EL 10% gets stretched out among all the categories, so it increases the amount of points they can get for their graduation and their readiness. So that's why there's a difference there, but they're still comparatively the same. And then readiness, you will see that we pretty much stayed the same. Central went down a little bit, and you'll also notice that Central is about 10 or so, 11 so points lower than some of the other schools, and so we did some digging to kind of figure out what was the reason behind that. So one of the tests that we give our high school students is the ASVAB test, which is for students that are considering going into the military. We give that to our seniors, and at Stonewall and Strasburg, pretty much all of the kids take it, but at Central we have a lot more parents that opt their students out and they don't take it. So 10 kids not taking that test can have a pretty big impact on that score. So that's where the difference fell there. I have talked with Ms. Miller, who is our coordinator for counselors, and we've talked about, do we need to have a parent meeting to explain it? Because the ASVAB test doesn't have to just be if you're going into military. It gives our students a lot of information about things that they might be good at, other career opportunities that might be interesting to them. So it's really about educating maybe some of our families so they understand it a little better. And so, as I said, all 3 high schools are distinguished. Strasburg and Stonewall showed gains, while Central did see a modest 3-point decrease, but they remained comfortably above the distinguished mark. And again, the 3E readiness continues to be the strongest driver of our high school scores across the division. So here's just a look at the overall ranking, so you can see that as well, and how many points they went up overall from last year to this year. And again, Central was the only one that went the opposite way. Everybody else gained points. I'll let you look at that for a second. Any questions about that?
And this is supposed to be more difficult, right, than before?
To get pass.
Yeah.
So that hasn't changed yet. That goes into effect. The cutoff, the score 400 will be changing this year, but it has a phased-in approach over the next 4 years. So yes, great question though.
Is the integrated reading and writing scored?
No, that is not. It is supposed to become part of our framework, but they have not put that into the scores yet. But I will tell you, if you want to see those scores, I can get those to you. But I can tell you that our middle schools are trending in a positive direction with those scores. This year coming, we will continue our Friday focus meetings. We're going to make some tweaks to that. Last year we were meeting every week. This year we're going to meet every other week. And we have identified the schools that we're going to be working with. We're going to continue to work with our elementary schools, and we have some other schools that we're going to target and touch base with and work with them as well. So we will be continuing that this coming year. And then that's it. What questions do you have for me? Overall, we're very happy with where we ended up. We would like to see our mastery scores, of course, to continue to grow, but that's what we're working on. That's part of why we have the Friday focus, and we're going to keep moving towards that.
How about the collective planning?
Collaborative planning?
Well, whatever.
Yes.
You want to speak to that?
Yes, so we have collaborative planning at all of our schools. It looks a little different at each level because of departmentalization. All the way through high school.
All the way through.
Mm-hmm, yes. So it looks a little different depending on, the level of the school and whether they're departmentalized, that type of thing. But we will have collaborative planning moving forward this year. We are working on helping our administrators really fine-tune how that collaborative planning goes so that teachers feel like they have more autonomy over that planning period.
Other questions?
Great information, thank you.
Yes. And once we get the final, we'll share that with you also. We know exactly where everybody landed.
When would that be?
We're hoping sooner rather than later. In the past, we used to have it by August, September, but with the new framework, it's taken the state longer to get us the information. Because we're not using VIVAS, which is what we used last year, that's what seemed to hold up getting the information. The state's not using that this year, so hopefully we'll get it September, October, but we don't know for sure. They haven't given us a date.
So you mentioned that these numbers could adjust, when they're confirmed. How much does that usually
I don't
swing?
anticipate them changing much.
Pretty much, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's pretty much.
If anything, there could be some transfer students that we counted that the state may not count.
Okay.
One of the things that I did not highlight, because it doesn't break it down, but we had a lot of improvements in our EL scores this year. And so our EL, to count as part of the scoring of that, you have to have a score from last year compared to the, like last year and the year before. You have to have 2 years worth of scores to be able to count them. Our top 3 schools that performed well with EL this year, Sandy Hook, you can get 10 points for your ELs and they got 8.5. Peter Muhlenberg got 7 and, 7.5, and WW Robinson got 6.2. Those were our highest schools on our EL. And that was a big increase because last year the highest I think anybody got was a 5.
Oh, wow.
So we're definitely making gains on that, and we're going to use those folks that had really good scores to help us tell the other EL teachers what the magic was. What did you do? How did you help your kids do so well? So that's one of the things we're working on. So there could be some adjustments in that as well, because the state also has, if a student moved to us, let's say from Rockingham, we might not have in our system their EL score from Rockingham, but the state would have that. So there could be some fluctuation there too. It's just the availability of the data that we have versus what the state of Virginia has.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Item 1 under the informational agenda is a request to increase the fiscal year 2027 budget. And this is presented as information, but it's also on the action agenda for this evening. Dr. Shepard.
Thank you. The Shenandoah County School Board approved a budget fiscal year 2027 in the amount of $105,079,133 on April the 27th. At the time that the budget was adopted by the school board, the Virginia General Assembly had not completed their 2026 to 2028 biennial budget for the Commonwealth of Virginia. They just completed their biennial budget at the end of June, and Shenandoah County Public Schools is going to get an additional $1.32 million than we had anticipated from the Commonwealth of Virginia. And some of those funds have to be utilized in accordance with state budget requirements. So there's a $500,000 amount put into capital expenditures, $300,000 has to be spent for special ed expenditures, and then $165,000 for at-risk support expenditures. And then there were funds that offset the previously approved Shenandoah County Public School raise at 3.85% at $355,000. Also, the General Assembly had originally proposed that they were going to have a 3% pay increase, but they landed on a 4% pay increase. So my recommendation is that we use the $1.35 million to increase the pay for employees earning less than $100,000 from 3.85 to 3.5, or excuse me, 2.85 to 3.5 plus a step, retroactive to July 1st. We increase the salary of those who are earning more than $100,000 from 2.25 to 2.9 plus a step, retroactive to July the 1st. Restore the program compliance teacher that was shared between Signal Knob Middle School and Strasburg High School. That was removed prior to the budget adoption. And then also restore the interventionist position at WW Robinson Elementary School that was also removed prior to the final budget adoption. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but this is presented for information and for action this evening. And the reason it is presented for action this evening is because we are already into fiscal year 27, and we need to make those adjustments in our payroll system if you approve that. Yes, sir.
Do we know if the 2 people that occupied those positions prior, the program compliance teacher and the interventionist, are those people still available?
So those 2 positions, one was new and one was vacant. And the likelihood that we will find qualified people for those positions is pretty slim.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So then that money would be there and held in case those positions are filled.
Yes,
Right? Okay.
yes.
Just to be clear.
Mhm.
All right.
Other comments or questions? Okay. Then I am moving to 5.2, discussion on draft screen time policy, IIAG. Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. The school board member and school board council worked collaboratively to develop a draft policy regarding the instructional use of digital and print materials to establish expectations for balanced, purposeful, and age-appropriate use of technology in instruction. The draft policy recognizes the value of high-quality instructional materials in print, digital, and blended formats while emphasizing that physical books, handwriting, manipulatives, discussion, direct instruction, and hands-on learning should remain the central components of the instructional program. This policy establishes grade band expectations intended to ensure that screen-based instruction is educationally justified and developmentally appropriate, with greater emphasis on print-rich, teacher-directed, and hands-on learning in the early grades and increasing flexibility for digital tools in middle and high school settings. The policy further clarifies that digital instruction should not be used merely for convenience, filler activities, or as a default replacement for physical instructional materials, and requires that screen-based resources be connected to a stated instructional purpose. The draft policy preserves access to assistive technologies, individualized supports, and legally required digital resources for students with disabilities, health needs, English learner supports, or other educational plans. This policy was presented to the school board at the Thursday, June 11th meeting. It's up for discussion this evening and recommended for approval. So this is an opportunity for you guys to discuss.
Ms. Cardenio. First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking the lead on this.
Yes,
This
thank
has,
you.
this has been an issue that has gotten a lot of attention from my media sources, that is to say the ones I listen to. And we're not unique in this policy, but I think we were ahead of a lot of schools, say in Northern Virginia or around the Beltway, because now they're confronting this issue.
I think so, and I appreciate that. I think we are actually one of the first ones in the Commonwealth that are addressing this, although I see that Virginia Beach kind of beat us with a punch and they're doing something. But we've been talking about this for a while. And so I don't think I really need to go through all the specifics. We've had this for a while. What I would like to say to the board is if we pass this today, which I'm hoping we will, that we use this as a guideline for the future. What we know is that there are other districts around the nation, I know in North Carolina, I think in California, that are already doing away with the Chromebooks and the kids having to take their computers home, because we have plenty of research by now that shows that this have not been helpful. They have not been helping our students learn anymore. And unfortunately, what happens is a lot of the students do not feel engaged in the education. And I think I've mentioned it before, even during our mental health task force, we heard from the students from all the different high schools here in Shenandoah County that were telling us that they want to have more interactions. They want to have more interactions with the teachers, they want to have more interactions with the students, they want less computers, and they want to be able to learn more, which to me was extraordinary because they don't really know what that is. We know because that's the education that we received, but these are students that have never really been taught like that. So to me that was fantastic to hear. For years I've been hearing all the complaints about the Chromebooks. They're also very expensive, but there's also the concern that they are a violation of privacy. So that there's a lot of different issues to do with this. So with that in mind, this I would like the board to see this more as a guideline. We're not completely getting rid of the Chromebooks or the computers. We are just starting to scale back on that. I did want to make sure that people understood that this is not going to affect any special ed or any students that may have an IEP that need the education on the computers. That's not going to be touching that at all. This is just for the general instruction, and I think this is a great step for us to do. See how it goes, see how this year goes before we decide if we would have to do more than that. But I'm willing to answer any questions, but like Dr. Shepherd also said, this is the final product after having this conversation with our special counsel, with our school board council. So this has been vetted, and this is what we came up with for now.
Are you joining us now? Oh, Ms. Pence.
Well, I just have a quick question, and it may have to be answered by Ms. Proctor. So right now within our schools, what is the plan for Chromebooks per grade? Like, I'm sure that there'll be student assigned Chromebooks, I don't know, but can you explain that process?
So at our elementary schools, our kindergartners do not have, we have carts that are available for teachers to check out and use. I think we have 2 carts per grade level. Then at first grade, we start having class sets that are available if teachers need them, but otherwise they're put away in the cart. Kids don't use them. And then that's all the way from first grade to 5th grade. And then our middle schools, a change this year will be they're going to class sets. Students will not be taking them home. So that is one of the changes that we've made. So 6, 7, and 8 will have Chromebooks available in the classroom, and they will have them out when they need them. Otherwise, they will not be out. They'll be, in the car charging. And then high school, we will still be one-to-one where kids get assigned one and take it home.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to comment, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to give credit to Mrs. Carlenio, there, Gloria. I appreciate you taking the lead on this. I've always kind of in the back of my mind, I've always kind of felt this way. It's probably a shocker that I never have been a fan of Chromebooks. But anyway, I want to applaud you for moving this forward and being the lead on this and the work that's been done. That I definitely support this.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I concur completely with what the other board members have said, and I know you've been dedicated working on this for a while, and it's good to see it coming to fruition and hopefully spreading to some other areas, because the reliance on a screen is becoming way too widespread. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate the dedication and effort you put in here. Thank you.
Mr. Rickard?
I will second all the other board members. Thank you. I know how much time and energy you put into this and properly researching and doing your due diligence on it, and I certainly appreciate it. I concur with the rest of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the appealing provisions in this policy that I like is the balance. It doesn't take away everything or provide nothing, if I could say it that way. It is sensitive to the needs of instruction and to the students, and it brings that balance. And another selling point for me, as if it needed to be sold, is just paragraph number 7, which I really like. Digital instruction should not be used merely as a convenience, reward, filler activity, substitute for lesson planning, or default replacement for physical instructional materials. When teachers use screen-based resources, the use should be connected to a stated instructional purpose. That's a strong paragraph. I like that. I'm even getting some head nods back there from the people who know more about this than, well, lots of us. So anyway, it's up for action later this evening, and it looks like it's on course. Thank you again. Anything else? Anti-retaliation policy. Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. A school board member and school board council developed a draft anti-retaliation policy intended to ensure that employees, students, parents, guardians, volunteers, applicants, contractors, and community members may report concerns regarding misconduct, legal violations, ethical breaches, discrimination, harassment, or violations of school board policy without fear of retaliation. The draft policy establishes a division-wide prohibition against retaliation towards individuals who in good faith report concerns, participate in an investigation or complaint process, request legally protected accommodations, or otherwise exercise rights protected by law or school board policy. The policy defines retaliation to include materially adverse actions such as intimidation, harassment, exclusion, interference, or negative employment or educational consequences, while clarifying that good faith reports remain protected even if allegations are ultimately unsubstantiated. The policy further outlines procedures for reporting, reviewing, and investigating retaliation concerns, including expectations for prompt and impartial review, confidentiality, conflict of interest, safeguards, and corrective action if retaliation is substantiated. Information regarding the proposed policy was presented at the school board meeting on June the 11th. The information is up for discussion this evening and the recommendation for approval at this evening's meeting.
Me again.
You again.
Okay, so this one was a lot harder to draft. I know I've been talking about this for, oh my gosh, since before I got here. This has been one issue that I know I'm not the only school board member that has been receiving a lot of complaints and a lot of concerns about. And even before, when I was running for this office and I was going door to door, I heard from several teachers that either left or had decided to go somewhere else because they had concerns about this. And since then, we've had a few other situations. Whether there is an actual retaliation situation going on or whether it's a perception, in my opinion, doesn't totally matter. So long as we have a process that we can actually take a look at this and that we can delineate what we think is approved and what's appropriate and not appropriate. So that's what this does. This is actually not as stringent as I had originally made it. I wanted to have a little bit more purpose in this in terms of the oversight that we were going to have for any retaliation complaints that we may have. But this is what we came. This was kind of what we came with when we talked to the attorney. So this is kind of what he suggested that we do. We went back and forth several times. It's a lengthy retaliation policy. So while there's still some concerns about certain things that we may have to do or address, I think that what we need to do is at least pass this so that we can have something before the beginning of the year so that our principals, our administrators, all these people know what the expectation is. And I would welcome the opportunity to maybe in the future take a look at this, see how it's working, and whether we need to tweak it or make it more stringent, have more oversight, or see if there's any other areas that need to be changed. But I think this is at least a step. I think this is something very important that we have been asked many, many times to do. And I think the fact that at least we have this is a good start as a board. But I welcome any questions and or any comments that the board members may have. Thank you.
I'm good, thank you. Something, as she said, being on the personnel committee, we heard a lot about over my past 2.5 years on the board. And it's been a long time coming. I applaud you and all your hard work on that. It's definitely well overdue. Hopefully we can get it to where we need it to be and get it passed.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I do have a few questions on different things and things that I believe that we'll need to tweak, like Section G in particular. It specifically mentions, standard roles, principal, HR superintendent, etc. But it does not give an employee a clear path if one of those people are actually the person that they have an issue with. So I think some tweaks in those areas, or in that area in particular, would be important. We need to give employees a clear path of where to go with a complaint, and so they ensure that they'll be safe from further retaliation or perceived retaliation while that's being investigated. So I like, the idea of maybe some sort of an anonymous portal or something, but where does that go to? Our board council? I mean, if it comes directly to us, I don't know if that's the proper channel.
I can address that because that's one of the issues, that's one of the areas that was changed from my original one. Because in the original one, I did have the school board being one of the one of the recipients of such a complaint. The concern is whether that could be a bias should this, evolve into a bigger claim. But I do understand your concern. I do think that's something that we do need to address. The school board counselor had even suggested that maybe the council could be the person that would see these complaints. My concern is, well, how would people know? How would an employee know that that's an option for them? So, that's something that we need to talk to him about. Maybe it's something that we can work with HR, where there's a standard sheet of paper or something that we can give to somebody who has a complaint, to give them and let them know these are your choices. You can do whatever you want, go to this, whatever you feel comfortable with, basically. So I understand that. I agree with you 100%. This is why, personally, I thought that leaving that out kind of took a lot out of the, out of the policy. So I'm hoping that we will be able to work with our council to see how we can resolve that, because it does need to be resolved.
Okay, yeah, and, in some other areas, just language stuff like explicitly defining senior administrator, executive staff, those kind of things. I think going through and really dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and making it as clear as possible in this kind of situation will be really, really important. So, but,
I agree.
we'll have some time to amend too after we've done this, and we can put in a little more time. So, but well done on this. Thank you again for this lengthy work that is going on.
Yeah, it wasn't easy.
Mr. Street?
Yes, once again, Gloria, I want to commend you and thank you very much for looking into this, putting this all together. It's a lot of, I'm sure it's a lot of pages here, a lot of material, I'm impressed with all the different categories that you hit. A to you.
Well, with the help of our council too.
Yeah,
We have to-
but yeah,
yes.
and
But
everybody
yes.
that,
Mhm.
I don't know, but you and everybody that's
Nice.
thank you for, that's why I wanted to also point out that everybody that put this together, it's obviously that a lot of work was done here, research, putting together. So, thank you and your team for doing this.
Yeah.
You're next.
I would have to agree with Mr. Scheibe, and I understand through this policy what happens after a complaint is received, but I think there could be a little bit more clarity, as you just stated. What happens if an employee has a complaint against a higher level, member of like the executive administration. There's not really a defined pathway. And I do think that could use a little more clarity. But again, kudos to you for working on this with our board council. And it's my opinion that, it is sufficient enough now, in order to get it through and pass so that it actually is a policy, and we can add more teeth to it at a later date if need be.
One of the activities of the Personnel Committee, seated to my left is the Personnel Committee. They go around to each campus in the spring of the year, and they take input from whoever shows up. And as you noted, this has been an issue and it's being addressed. And you used the word lengthy. I prefer the word thorough. And thank you. And it is up for adoption or consideration later this evening. Number 5.4, cell phone free education. Dr. Shepherd.
Thank you. Policy JHCP, cell phone free education, adopted October of 2024, establishes a bell-to-bell restriction on student use of cell phones and personal electronic communication devices, including wearable and internet-connected technology during the instructional day in order to reduce distractions and limit unsupervised access. Devices must be powered off and stored away from the student's person, with definitions broadly encompassing smartphones, smartwatches, earbuds, and similar technologies. This update includes revised language to align with Virginia Code 22.1-79.31B5 and 22.1-277. Specifically, it clarifies that students shall not be suspended or expelled solely for violations of this policy. However, violations involving disruptive behavior as defined in 22.1-276.1 or other infractions of Student Code of Conduct adopted pursuant to 22.1-279.6 may result in additional disciplinary action. This change in policy is being presented for information at this evening's meeting with a recommendation for approval at the August 13th school board meeting.
Questions for the superintendent? Comments?
Well,
Mr.
so
Shabby?
having worked on this policy and amending it in the beginning, so only certain levels of discipline then, or like suspension
And expulsion.
or expulsion.
Mhm.
So they could, they could still be sent to the principal's office and and their cell phone taken away or that kind of thing. So
That's correct. And
yeah.
typically, if an infraction gets, if it's the fourth time that a student has their cell phone out in class, it could also be other infractions as well, like disruption. Right. So there are other consequences that could apply other than just cell phone policy use.
Okay, yeah, because when I first heard about this, I thought maybe it was no discipline at all for it. So I kind of thought, why do we even have a policy? But that
Yes.
understood. Okay, thank you.
That it on that one? Okay. I guess we're ready for 5.5, regulation attendance zone waiver out of school district application. Dr. Shepherd.
Pursuant to policy, school board policy BFC, policy adoption, regulations are developed by the superintendent and presented to the school board for information. On May 22nd and June 18th, I shared the draft JC-F attendance zone waiver out of district application form developed at the suggestion of a school board member. The purpose of the form is to streamline the process for parents requesting that their child attend a school outside of their assigned attendance zone. School board members were invited to review the draft and provide feedback or recommendation. At this time, I have received no suggested modifications. The attached document reflects the current draft for the board's information. Because this is a form rather than a policy, the board does not have to, is not required to vote on this if they do not want to take action. It could just become a regulation.
Item 5.6, revision of regulation GC-BD-R, staff leaves and absences. Also, Dr. Shepherd.
So at the suggestion of a school board member, Juneteenth was added as a holiday for full-time 12-month employees. For the current fiscal year, regulation GCBD-R, staff leaves and absences, has been revised to reflect this change by adding Juneteenth to the list of holidays for staff, 12-month staff. The proposed revision appears in red on page 4 of the attached regulation. Again, according to policy BFC, this is a regulation. I'm able to write this, and the board does not have to take action unless you want to. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hearing no questions? None? 5.7, revision of the 2026, 2027, and 2007, 2028 instructional calendars. Dr. Shepherd.
This goes along with 5.6. It's just to update Juneteenth as a holiday for the next 2 calendar cycles. And it will be presented for, recommended for approval at the next school board meeting, August the 13th.
Okay. Library book materials purchase list.
Thank you.
Dr. Shaw.
Regulation IIBP-R Library Material Selection establishes procedures for the selection of new library materials. In May, the librarians developed a draft list of new books proposed for purchase and provided the list to the principals and the assistant superintendent for instruction for review. The final draft list were placed on the division website for review on June the 22nd. This information is presented for information this evening and will be recommended for approval under the consent agenda at the August 13th meeting.
Thank you. That takes us to item 6, or the action items, beginning with personnel. Mr. Rickard.
I move to approve the personnel list as presented with the exception of the removal of line item number 14 and number 60.
14 and 60.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There are several seconds to the motion. Take your pick, Madam Clerk.
Which one are you recognizing?
Go ahead.
Give it to Shai.
Mr. Shivey. Thanks for the assist on that one.
So that was removal of item 14 and 16?
That's correct.
14 and
60.
60. 60.
Okay, sorry.
Because we're making these exceptions, Mr. Parliamentarian, would it be your suggestion that we have a roll call vote, or can we have, you would recommend that? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. All in favor of approving the personnel list as presented, accepting item 14 and 60. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Shivey,
No.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
Yes.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
Mr. Ricker,
Yes.
and Mr. Banks.
Yes. I've recorded that as 5-1. Am I in sync with the clerk? You all, I am. Okay. So the personnel list has been approved by a score of 5-1. Increase the fiscal year budget 2027 based on the information that was presented earlier. Is there a motion to that effect?
I move to amend the fiscal year 2027 school operating budget to incorporate the additional state funds allocated by the Commonwealth of Virginia as presented effective July 1, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Street. Floor is open for discussion. Hearing none, we shall vote. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 6-0. Approval of draft screen time policy IIAG. Is there a motion to approve this, Ms. Corlenio?
I move to approve the screen time policy, IIAG as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Corlenio. Is there a
Second.
Second.
Second. Who was first? Street.
Mr. Street, second.
Street.
He was ahead of you by The floor is open for discussion on the screen time policy. Hearing none, we're voting by voice. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And that is recorded as 6-0, Madam Clerk. Which takes us to the anti-retaliation policy, and I call upon Ms. Carlenio again.
Yes, I move to approve policy GBAR SCPS anti-retaliation policy as presented.
Thank you for your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Any discussion? All in favor of the anti-retaliation policy as presented will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That also is recorded as 6-0. That takes care of all the action items and takes me to the superintendent's report.
Thank you. It is hard to believe we are a little over a month away from the first day of school. And we're very excited. The next school board meeting will be August the 13th, which will be the day after school starts. So I'm excited to welcome our students and our staff back to school. Our open houses are scheduled for Monday, August the 10th, and our first day of school will be Wednesday, August the 12th. Our summer school programs wrapped up the last week of June, and it was wonderful to see all the fun learning and projects the students worked on with the theme of America's 250th anniversary celebration. The projects focused on our nation's founding and important historical figures and events. This evening, we celebrated Strasburg 4x800 team state title, but they weren't the only high achievers we had in our division. We had 14 spring sports athletes named to all-state teams and several strong performances at the state track and field championship. So congratulations to all of those student athletes. And then finally, we wrapped up our 2-day School Administrator Institute yesterday, and we once again had some great collaborative work with all our school administration teams as they continue to prepare for the upcoming school year. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, hearing none, we move to item number 8. About that. Report of board members and other business. Well, Ms. Carlinia, I've been calling on you a lot today, so I'm going to do this one more time.
Okay.
You're up first.
What, board member comments? Is that what we're doing?
Board member comments.
Okay, yeah, that's
Item
that's
number
what I
8.
thought. Well, I guess just a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank the board for passing these 2 policies for the screen time and the anti-retaliation. These are policies that have been close to my heart for a long time, that I've been wanting to work on. So I'm happy that you all agreed with it and that we are going to be able to put this in place, and hopefully it'll help with some of the concerns that we have from the staff and also with our education. I did want to say that I was so sorry that I missed those the expos that they have at the middle schools. I was actually out of town. I would have loved to have seen that, but I hope that everybody's been enjoying the 250th semi-quincentennial celebrations. They have been great. I was gonna recommend that you guys, if you haven't seen Young Washington, the movie, before it goes away from Angel Studios, you should go watch it. It's actually very good. But I did want to say, I guess this is our last meeting with our superintendent, and I did want to say it has been a pleasure serving with you, and I'm very grateful for everything you've done for us, and you've done a great job. And our schools are better because of your leadership here, and you're going to be very hard to replace, and I'm not looking forward to that, but I do wish you the very best. I know you're going to do great anywhere you go. Hopefully you won't be a stranger, and you'll keep in touch with us and let us know how everything goes down there. But we wish you the very best, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pence?
So, the first thing I would like to say is just, after Ms. Proctor's presentation, is just to thank the teachers, the staff, the administrator for their hard work in regards to our SOL scores. Takes a lot of dedication from a lot of people, and including our students, who are the ones who have to click the multiple choice answer on the computer screen. So I think it's important to recognize that. I also want to thank Dr. Shepard for her service, and we wish you the very best in the future. And it really is hard to believe that our next school board meeting, we will already be back in school. Summer goes pretty fast, so I hope everybody enjoys the last few weeks. Thanks.
Mr. Rickard, you're up.
Oh boy, this is a tough one. Dr. Shepard, the past 2.5 years working with you, it's made learning, being a school board member, pleasurable. You've made it easy. I've actually gotten to be witness firsthand at what a great job you've done for our schools and how much our schools have improved under your direction. You will be missed. I pray that the doors God's opening for you are where you're happiest. And I wish you the best in your endeavors. Thank you. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't second what Ms. Penn said about the staff in our schools and seeing that data on the screen tonight. That was unreal. What a great job to all the staff in our schools, the teachers, to the students that took those tests. That's great data to see, and thank you to our school board staff for all your hard work and the support that you give our staff and our teachers in the buildings. Thank you. But other than that, that's all I've got.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shabby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, most of my comments were taken up by my board member, my fellow board members, but Benjamin Franklin, quote I often think of his, and with the 250th and everything, was genius without education is like silver still in the mine. So, and I won't, that correlates directly to everyone in this room, everyone in our buildings, teachers, staff, parapros, everyone. You're doing a wonderful job. The positive advances in our scores and otherwise. Scores don't tell us everything. There's statewide tests. The atmosphere in our schools has been consistently changing from worse to better and moving forward. That begins with Dr. Shepard's leadership and filters down to our executive staff and administrative staff and to everyone in the buildings. So, we cannot, and the creative ways that you do more with less. It's a nationwide shortage of teachers and staff, and being on the school board now and learning how you manage to fill gaps without people is nothing but impressive. And not to be forgotten, though, we are still working on our capital improvement things, trying to solve our overcrowding issues. We had a meeting yesterday at a building. I did hear from some of the people putting together the public-private partnership to help our CTE. That is moving forward, and they may even have something to present to us soon. And so that, we're with new superintendents and having to do all these things, that is still moving along. I want everyone out there who listens to know. Looking ahead, we still have a lot on our plate. So our board will keep working diligently to do that. And I want to extend another, just my deepest gratitude to you, Dr. Shepard, for what you've done and what you've taught me since I've known you here over the past few years, and for your dedicated service to Shenandoah County Public Schools, but also to the community around. I'm incredibly grateful for your impact here, and I wish you the best in your next posting. And then also looking ahead, our board is going to ensue on trying to find somebody to fill your shoes. That's our next big hurdle. So although I'm not looking forward to it either, like Ms. Carlinia did or suggested, you have us going in a good direction. So I think it'll be easier on the next the person taking your place, if that's possible. Filling. To the next person occupying that office. I don't know. To me, you're irreplaceable. So, thank you, and on to you, I guess, Mr. Street.
I want to thank all the staff. The presentation that was given tonight with the numbers, the schools, and going in the right direction. So thank you to everyone, starting with the teachers and on up for that hard work to get those results as we try to progress forward, and education is number one. Now, I'm not going to talk about anything else except to you, Dr. Shepard. And this isn't easy because you taught me a lot, and so I want to thank you for everything you've done. I want to thank you for always being there, for answering questions. You have passion for your job. You're excellent at what you do. I probably feel sorry for Dana, because I can just imagine at home he's probably like, school, school, school. That's all you do. That's all you know. Your dedication, your work. Again, thank you for what you taught me, taught us. Always being there, your leadership, your care. So I wish you the best.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Dr. Shepard, I'm going to reserve my farewell comments for another time. Today's not the day,
No worries.
but they will be public. Is it your recommendation, Dr. Shepard, that we reconvene in a closed session?
I have a long recommendation.
You do?
Yes.
Well, we have all evening.
I recommend the School Board of Shenandoah County convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1, and to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offerers, and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29, and in order to consult with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8, and for the purposes of discussing and considering several student matters involving the omission, discipline, or disclosure of information contained in the scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2.
Ms. Benson,
I so move.
is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second, thank you. All in favor of reconvening a closed session will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We will reconvene in closed session. Action item personnel 11.1, Mr. Rickard.
I move to amend our personnel list from tonight. Line item number 60, I would like added back into the personnel list with a date of 7/31/26 at 11:59 p.m.
You may need to repeat that for the clerk.
Do you need me to repeat that, Ms. Judge?
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Carlinio. Roll call vote on that, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Shivey,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
Yes.
Mr. Ripper,
Yes.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
and Mr. Banks.
Yes. That goes down as a 6-0 vote. Ms. Pence?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Shenandoah County School Board appoint Melissa Foltz as interim superintendent of Shenandoah County Public Schools effective upon the effective resignation of the current superintendent on August 1, 2026. I further move that the chair, in consultation with board counsel, be authorized to negotiate, finalize, and execute any agreement, appointment letter, certification, or other documents necessary to memorialize and implement this appointment. In addition, I move that the school board authorize the chair, in consultation with board counsel, to negotiate, finalize, and execute a limited transition consulting agreement with Melissa Foltz for the period beginning July 21, 2026, and ending immediately before her appointment as interim superintendent becomes effective for the limited purposes of transition planning, onboarding, consultation, and training with the current superintendent and school division staff.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded on this side,
Ms. Carlinio?
Ms. Carlinio, okay? And Madam Clerk, this requires a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Shivey,
Yes.
Mr. Street,
Yes.
Ms. Carlenio,
Yes.
Mr. Ripper,
Yes.
Ms. Pence,
Yes.
and Mr. Banks.
Yes. And that is a 6-0 vote. Was there anything else on personnel? I think we cleaned that one up, didn't we?
Yes.
11.2, request for attendance zone transfer student A. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the request for student A to transfer attendance zones from Stonewall Jackson High School to Strasburg High School.
Thank you, Ms. Spence. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Rickard. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the ayes prevail 6-0. Which takes us to 12.1. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And we will stand adjourned until August the 13th. And don't forget to pick up your homework packet.
That's right.